Watch like one trailer. Okay. Okay.
Well, here I am again, Morris Lupton, off for my morning walk. This must be the finest stretch of beach on the finest island the whole world over. For a little speck of land in the North Atlantic, it sure is a good un. Oh, I see those yoga folks up at the lighthouse are up bright and early, saluting the sun and all that. I always thought that looked like fun. But this walk isn't the same without Sparky. She did love chasing that tennis ball. Oh, Sparky, I miss you, girl.
Yeah, thank you for the host. Croissant, thank you for the host. Chest, thank you for the host.
Shelmerston used to be a quiet place. You'd only come here if you like fishing or bird watching. But since the new ferry service started, we get loads of tourists. Ah, but what you gonna do? It's always changing.
Kevin, thank you for the follow.
The crater's definitely been smoking more than usual lately. That's funny, that, for a dormant volcano. Yep, Shelmerston's a smashing place. I'm lucky to call it home.
That's not.
Ah, the bench. Yeah, this is, well, it's my bench. Yeah, the museum paid for it because I was the curator there. Yeah, and they did that to remember me because, oh yes, I am dead.
He said the title! He said the title!
It's been some adjustment, but not all bad. Yeah, I should probably go and check on the museum, actually. Yeah, I've been collecting the stories of Shelmerston for years now, here in my museum. There are so many stories, and wonderful ones. The museum started off small, but just grew and grew. It's shut at the moment, of course. Not sure what's going to happen with it now that I'm no longer doing it. I do like coming back here, though. Gives me a bit of purpose, which I've really missed since, becoming dead. Oh, one thing that's been keeping me amused. Since I've been dead, I've found I can do some new things.
Ball. Slice in. Slice out.
Pretty weird. Yeah, I'm not sure what use it is, but it's been keeping me quite entertained.
Huh.
But the novelty's worn off. I mean, it's been, well, I don't know how long exactly, but an
Like a
awful
year.
long time since I've had anyone to talk to. Well, anyone who talked back, anyway.
Picture. Fork.
Well, no, I couldn't. That sounds like Sparky. Is that you?
Find this. Like anywhere? Probably in here, right? Yeah. Woof. Doggo! With a very long neck.
Morris, come with me. I need to show
Furry!
you something.
It's a furry! Run away!
Oh, it's Sparky.
Morris, you worked it out.
You can talk?
Well, I could always talk. You just couldn't understand me.
And you can hear me?
Well, sure. You are talking, aren't you?
Oh, Sparky!
What is it, Morris?
It's been so long. I thought I'd had my last conversation. Oh, I'm so very glad.
I'm glad too, Morris. I've been waiting for you. We need to go...
Oh, wait. Are you really my Sparky? My Sparky girl?
Mostly. The best bits. But listen, I don't know how long before the volcano erupts, but it's not long now.
The volcano? Erupting? But it's dormant.
No. It has been dormant because of the custodian. But the custodian is weakening and we don't know how much longer they can hold on.
The custodian? I mean, what are you talking about?
Troll?
Shelmerston is volcanic. It's supposed to erupt every once in a while. The only reason it hasn't is the custodian, keeping the island calm.
Wait, custodian keeping the island calm?
Take your time, Morris. Dogs are better at understanding this kind of stuff than humans.
The custodian is a ghost.
Yes! Now you're getting it. The custodian is a ghost who appeases the island, keeps it safe to live on. But the current custodian has been doing the job a long time and really needs to retire.
Oh, and the island needs a new custodian.
That's right. It's up to us to find a new one. There are 5 prospects that I know of. 5 ghosts still hanging around the island who haven't gone into the west yet. We
Allie?
need to find them and see if they'll take the job.
All
What if
ghosts
none of the
end up in
prospects wants
California.
it?
California?
If
Alright.
the current custodian fades away and there's nobody to commune with the island's spirit, well, that would be bad.
Bad how, Sparky?
Volcano bad. You've seen how it's smoking. We don't have long now.
Well, could I be the custodian?
Oh, I wish. But Ghost Code 342B dictates that the custodian must be a ghost who has been dead on this island for at least 1,000 days. And we don't have that long.
Ghost Code 342B. Yeah, well, I suppose that makes as much sense as anything else.
Right, let's get going, Morris. Our first prospect is Peter Noach.
Oh, yeah, from the yoga centre. Yeah, he died a few years ago, didn't he? Yeah, I remember his funeral on the lighthouse.
Yes, that's the fella. He always had those funny green treats. Let's go pay him a visit.
Okay. Surprise, you are the one to find a new custodian. What? You thought you were going to be the new custodian? Ha, no.
Wow, flying. Oh, this feels nice.
What? Oh, right. Oh, you kind of forget about it after a while.
I always was impressed with this yoga centre. Pete seemed like a chap who went through some tough times, and creating this place really seemed to help him.
Hang on, I want to see what the mellow colors mean. I feel like that changed nothing.
Yep, and it's still going strong. They're always busy with folks from the mainland.
Yoga centre run by a robot. How things
What?
change. Well, it seems to be working out, though. So, now Pete's a ghost, so how do we find him?
Well, remember that clue I sent you from inside my urn? The tag?
Yeah?
Right, so that was something special to me while I was alive that helped me channel my ghost. A kind of memento. So we need to channel the ghost of Peter Noach. And to do that, we need to find his mementos.
So did I accidentally go directly into progress because I wanted to look at the dog?
And how are we going to do that?
By looking into the memories of those who loved him best. People with memories of Pete will have little thought bubbles coming out of their heads. Those are a sign you'll be able to dive into that person's memory.
I suppose that's hardly the strangest thing I've heard
Persona
today.
5 mementos. So when am I gonna get my stand? When am I gonna get my persona?
Oh, Morris, just you wait. Now, to recap. Find people who are close to Peter, view their memories, track down the mementos, and then leave the rest to me.
Chat, what's the male version of a succubus? Is it incubus? Is that what it is? Dibs on the incubus persona.
So people, then memories, then mementos, then Pete. Yeah, think I get the idea. Okay, let's go.
You already got your fursona? Shit, you right. I need to find Pete. Pete arrived on Shelmerston to take the job of the lighthouse keeper. I've seen that movie. He led a solitary life for several years, seldom visiting the town and speaking only rarely, before opening the lighthouse as a yoga retreat. Help of a robot named M. Nipples! Nipple. Kobe love? Becca? I wanted to look at the elephant, but I guess I'm zooming into nipple. Unlock up. Hey, Becca McIntyre. Oh, I left and they're gone. Huh. Now I can look at the wooden elephant. Huh. All the classic yoga poses and essential reference guide. Can I, like, go through the door? Oh, I see. Okay. I see. Bird.
I was getting ready to lay my egg.
Hypers.
Hey Frost, how you doing? Thank you for the 10 months. How you doing? Glad you're enjoying your emotes in your belly. Egg. Yes? Did I do it?
But my nest needed that little something extra.
Yeah? I see how it works, okay.
I found the perfect thing.
A Rubik's Cube? Ah, yes, that'll keep him nice and warm.
The human and that metal beast seemed quite agitated at their loss.
Huh.
I always hated those blooming things.
What, the robots or the bird? There's a feather in there. Hey, that'll be for later. Hi, Neil.
I met Pete for the first time on a yoga retreat in Goa. He was the best yoga teacher, but very reserved. I noticed he had some army tattoos. I wanted to ask about them, but he would never talk about himself.
Huh.
When I got home, I looked him up. I couldn't believe it. He'd been with Special Forces in Helmand and was awarded a medal for bravery. Pete's unit had been in an ambush. He tried to save a colleague whose leg had been blown off, but by the time they'd reached base, it was too late. Pete was the only survivor.
Never trust a seabird? No, it's not true. It's not true. You don't fuck with the seabirds. Seabirds are good luck, alright? Alright? They're good luck. And if you hurt one, it's bad luck. Because the seabirds have the souls of sailors who died out at sea. What supposed to be doing? Did I get it? What? Yes.
I booked the retreat
there we
again
go.
the next year. I thought he was such an interesting bloke. Still waters, you know. And one evening, after class, I followed him down to the beach. I saw him throw something into the water and went to have a look. Picked it out of the shallows before it was washed away. It was his medal. I picked it up. I went back to go the following year, but Pete wasn't teaching and it just wasn't the same. Not as good. Then, a couple of years later, I saw an online ad for his new retreat in a lighthouse. I booked immediately. I took the medal with me. Perhaps he would want it back.
Yeah, that's why he threw it in the ocean. He clearly wanted it back.
It was the same Pete Noach, and if anything, he was an even better teacher. One coffee break, when I got him on his own, I brought up Helmand in conversation. I wish I hadn't. It was like a shutter coming down. I didn't mention the medal.
Yeah, because, you know, he clearly wanted it back.
I kept coming back for the yoga. And, you know, over the years, I saw Pete mellow. I think the lighthouse was doing him good. He even cracked a joke with the group once in a while. So, that summer, the one before he died, I decided to act. It was the day I was leaving, and I showed him his medal. There was a moment of total surprise. I was worried then. But he took it. He turned it over in his hand. The poor guy was lost for words. He gave me a nod of thanks and slipped it into his pocket. I'm glad he got it back.
And I can't get this one. Is this it? Okay, I feel like I almost had it, but I didn't. Wait, there it is. Okay, there it is. Is that not it? What do you mean? There it is, okay. Back, welcome back.
Oh, Pete. I had no idea.
Also, hey Maker, how you doing? Oh, EM's maintenance, spare arm. This EM?
When Pete arrived at the lighthouse, he needed help running it, but refused all offers. Eventually, fearing the possibility of a shipwreck, Trinity House sent me to Shelmerston to help keep things running smoothly.
Here we go.
I bought Pete a plant as a welcome present. He introduced himself very quietly, but didn't seem to want to say anything else. He seemed distracted, like gravity was pressing down on him harder than other people. Whenever I would enter a room, Pete would mutter some excuse to leave. I didn't have a single conversation with anyone in months.
Huh.
Eventually, Pete noticed the plant. Then, Pete noticed me. That was the start of what became this plant room. We spent hours in here over the years, sowing seeds and tending our plants together.
Okay, I love you, good night.
Wow. Robots got complicated, didn't they? Yeah, I didn't realize how important M was to Pete. I suppose everyone needs a friend. Huh, Sparky?
I guess robots, like, they actually have, like, consciousness. This game. Weird masks in the bathroom.
I just got divorced and really wanted to go on a golfing holiday, but my best mate Tammy somehow talked me into doing a yoga retreat instead.
Okay.
Yoga made me feel weird and uncomfortable. After the first day, I'd basically given up. I thought Pete was a bit angry with me. It was hard to tell. Exploring the lighthouse, I came across Pete's set of clubs. Bingo, I thought. I wondered where I could practice my drive. I took the clubs up to the observation deck and spent all afternoon perfecting my stroke. The sun was shining. It was the best time I'd had all week. Suddenly, I was aware of Pete watching me. My heart sank and I braced myself for a telling off. How wrong I was.
How
Pete
wrong?
cracked a smile and joined in. Every evening for the rest of that week, we were up on that observation deck driving balls into the sea. Best holiday in years. I even got into yoga by the end.
How wrong I was.
I guess old Pete had a light side after all.
Huh. Are we gonna be able to meet Pete? They're like elves.
Pete was hard to read, you know? Strong, silent type. But you could tell he loved his collection of Buddhas. He said they were like fat little soldiers that kept him safe. To be honest, I thought that was a bit odd. But he was a great teacher. Pete was very protective about his collection. Hated people messing with them, even telling off Em when she was dusting them. One day, one of the Buddhas went missing. Pete was distraught. Not much affected him, so it was a shock for everyone to see how upset he was. All of us at the retreat spent the whole afternoon searching, but we never found it. To cheer him up, Em bought Pete a little toy robot. You could tell Pete was delighted.
It was their child.
Ah, what a lovely gesture. She was a good friend, that M.
I just realized there's things on the side of like things that I need to find. But there's some in here. What the fuck? Some say it's a long lost skull of Robin Firth, the first lighthouse keeper. What the fuck? Yes. Can't lock onto the boxes or anything. You skull. Ain't hear no breathing. Scammed. It happened. Light bulb. Light bulb. What was that noise? Did I find it and just didn't realize? What? I don't know. Oh, okay, it's just me. I don't know, Pete. Up here. Looking for a medal. Maybe it's inside the candles. Need is part of the music, yeah. Oh look, Buddha.
Oh, what a nice little fella. I'm glad we found him.
How did he get swept up into that? Anything in here? No.
Okay, let's find some more memories.
Okay. Anything in here? No. Just a spear. Spider! Buddy. How you doing? His name's Jeremy. He has a name. The spider has a name. Huh. Music seems so, like, specifically placed. Strange. Compass. That's certainly something. Hey, for later. Storm, thank you for the host. Hey, how you doing, dog? Old hat. Army buddies. That's the cupboard. No? How you doing, Storm? Good, how are you? I'm doing good. Just exploring a dead guy's home. You know how it is. Dana, are you alive? And debatable. Melon. Maybe in the can. Can't look at the can. I looked at the cupboard. Maybe in the trash. Oh, never mind. Oh, there's the robot. Oh, there's the robot. Can't do it. What, does it have bones? Oh, never mind, those are gears. Record collection. A rock with a hole. A sextant. Maybe it's inside the clock. Plastic clock, brass polish. Oh. Why did it sounds like it's something? But it's nothing. bones in that robot. Robones. That was unintentional, but I liked it. Yeah. One moment, please. Okay, I'm good. Fucking allergies, dude. Yeah, I don't necessarily know how this game works quite yet. Oh, what's that? Nothing, I can't look at it. Blow your nose for your information, I did. Good old allergies. Beep-dee-dee. Oh, there's the there's a little T. There it is. Sell the tissue on eBay, yeah.
I wonder how many golf balls are in the sea around this lighthouse.
Someone said a number earlier. I don't remember what it was. Stinky. Wait, what? A lobster in there. There's just a lobster hanging out in there. Forgot about Nipple Man.
Oh no, not this guy.
Hello, ready for some fun?
Oh, hello.
I'm Mr. Whitstable. Welcome to Mr. Whitstable's riddle game.
Morris, we don't have time for this. Let's get back to work.
Mr. Whitstable just wants you to enjoy yourself, solve my riddles, and achieve true happiness.
Oh, these do seem kind of fun.
Whatever, Morris.
Oh, Sparky. Okay, Mr. Whitstable, what do I have
Sorry,
to
I'm
do?
gross.
Hooray! Just select one of my fiendish riddles, then go off and find the object it's referring to. Easy. Well, actually, they're really hard.
Ha! Oh, we got this. Come on, Sparky.
What? Resting Robin, unexpected. Wait, what? What's the riddle? Find this object. A hungry caterpillar? I'm on it. It'd be in here. I'm on it. I'm gonna find it. I'm on it. Oh, am I being timed? It's timed.
Mr. Whitstable is not impressed.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Whitstable. These riddles are really hard.
They are hard. Maybe unfair too. But hey, if you don't have what it takes to become a riddle master, Morris...
No. I'm sure I can figure them out, Mr. Whitstable.
Okay, Morris, I'll give you another chance. You'll have to go back and choose which riddle you want to look for, and then think really hard about what the riddle could possibly be referring to.
Oh, will do. Oh, thanks, Mr. Whitstable. I won't let you down.
I didn't know that it was like that I was picking a. Okay, I get it now. Hang on, let me go back. I want the unexpected spider. It was in here, in this. Wait, no. It was in here. I get it now. Alright, I understand.
Ah, yes, you solved it.
I did. Oh, that was fun.
Solve more, solve more, solve more.
Oh, okay, Mr. Whitstable. I'll try.
Oh, for goodness sake, Morris, we just don't have time for this right now.
But we
Happy
could.
riddle hunting, riddle friends.
Great.
Thank you, Jeremy. Wait, so what's the other ones? Resting robin, upward dog, hungry caterpillar, misplaced control. I'll have to think on it. In other news, we need to find a plant. Where's the plant? Where's the plant that looks like that plant? Is it this one? Yeah. Hey Tara, how are you? How you doing?
Ugh. Dogs hate all fruit. I'm not going near this, Morris.
Not true. Not true at all.
Hey, I'm starting to pick up the scent of something else here. I think it's Grenkins.
Grenkins?
Yeah, they're tiny spirits, distant relations of the island spirit. Apparently they bring good luck. When we get close to one, I'll pop up and let you know.
Okay, Sparky.
Okay. What? Bark at? What? What does that mean? What? What does that mean? What? What the fuck does that thing mean? Kim is very pretty. You're pretty. Nothing happened? What do you mean? What do you mean nothing happened? I don't know what I'm looking for. Nor do I know where to look. Thank you, Jeremy, but nothing happened. But maybe something did and you just didn't notice it yet. Am I just supposed to check everything? I don't... Man, allergies suck, especially when your entire job is your voice. Constructing things? It's called slicing. Yeah. allergic to? I answered this question yesterday. Everything. Pollen, mainly. But pretty much everything outside. And cats, and mosquitoes, and, you know, everything. Don't get it. Oh, I don't know what I'm looking for. The game isn't helping me. Game, I need you to push me in a direction right now. I don't understand how to find what you need to find. Looked at everything in this entire room. I don't... Did this game just come out? Yeah, we're doing it for the podcast. Google it? I don't think you'd find anything. If you did. Oh. That was cool looking. You try what Artie suggested? I didn't see what Artie suggested. I give up. What? Is it like a symbol of like... Oh, is it actually in this room? Oh! Mouse up and down there. So now I'm looking for that. I guess would be this. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's like in here. Ramp. It's one of these. It's definitely on this side. I'm definitely looking at it right now. Looks like a thermometer. Found a gameplay walkthrough by the developers. I'm gonna see if it helps out. Cool of them to make. It's in
Okay,
here.
we're
What?
in the right place.
Okay.
But now we need to slice and rotate this object to just the right spot to get the Grenkin out.
Okay. Like that? The fuck? It's a middle finger.
Hello, Grenkin. Good to see you. Morris, these spirits have been on Shelmerston for thousands of years, and they bring good luck. We should definitely keep finding them.
No, it's a middle finger. We are wholesome, kind of. Yeah, you're right. It is just a dick. Oh god, the dick pulsates. When you see a good titty. What, your balls don't bounce when you get horny? Alright, I think I know where this next thing is. I bet it's in this book. Yep. Whatever that was. I don't think that was a book.
This is a conspicuous gallantry cross. They don't give those to just anybody.
Huh. Oh, that was like a case. Gotcha. And now I'm looking for a Rubik's Cube, which I assume is in here. Probably in here. Oh, never mind. Here. And there's a feather. No? No? Okay, maybe not. It's gotta be. No place else it could be. There it is. Weird looking dog, it really is. Has like
Dogs
a weird
are actually
giraffe neck.
very good at solving these. They're just hard for us to turn.
Not solving it. If you can't turn it, then you're not solving it. What do you mean? Yeah, I got all the things.
Okay, that's all of the mementos. Now what do we have to do?
Wow, I'm getting a really strong scent. Well done. I should easily be able to sniff out Peter's spirit now.
All right then. What do you need me to do?
Absolutely nothing. Just let me do my thing.
Okay. Oh, click and hold here to release Spark. What? Click and hold here?
What in the world?
There's many things in the world you haven't seen, Morris.
Those things,
Yep. Yep. Those are all of Pete's fragments. I just need to round them up.
Go get 'em, girl.
Okay. What? What? Gameplay! I'm gaming! He's wearing Crocs.
Bark.
Pete! Oh, wow.
Wowee.
It's really you. Well, it's me, Morris. Morris Lupton.
Of course I remember you, Morris. It's lovely to see you.
So
How's
happy.
death treating you?
Oh, well, you know, it's a bit jarring, but, well, I'm having a nice enough time. But listen,
Wow.
Pete, we've come to ask you something. Do you know about the custodian?
The custodian? The person who communes with the island, yes? I've noticed the volcano looks like it's waking up.
Yes, well, that's the thing. We need a new one.
Oh, me? To be the custodian? Oh, Morris, I'm flattered, but I don't think I'm the one for this job. I spent my whole life and my whole afterlife trying to find peace.
Oh, wow.
Lately, I think I found it. I'm satisfied with how things turned out. I'm finally ready to go into the West. I don't want to stay around any longer.
Ah, well, fair enough.
Would you want to come with me? I would be grateful for the company.
Well, that's kind of you, but I do really need to help find a new custodian. Maybe afterwards.
I understand. Well, best of luck with the search then. I'm sure you'll find someone perfect for it.
You're perfect for it. I am Pete. I am dead.
Well, that didn't go well.
Oh, no worries, Morris. Plenty of other prospects. Well, 4.
Hey, Pete mentioned going into the West. What is that?
Oh, well, that's a very complicated question, Morris. Just think of it as leaving all this behind, which is not something we can do now. We need to go find Val. They're opening the sculpture park today.
Oh, is that opening already? Time certainly does move a bit quicker once you're not in the world. Talking to people, it all feels so distant. Though, if I'm being honest, I suppose I was a little buried in the museum those last few years after, well, you know. Ha! You know, you might say I started living like a ghost well before I became one.
Oh, you weren't a ghost, Morris. That museum is full of life, and ghosts can't give belly rubs anywhere near as well as you did, trust me. Now let's get going. We're gonna find Val.
Ah, yes,
I didn't
Val.
like that.
I do feel a bit sorry for her, having her home invaded by all these silly artists.
Maybe. But at least we have a laird who's interested in doing nice things for Shelmerston.
Yeah, I suppose so. I was never sure about letting all those artists stay on Shelmerston, but I must admit that his heart's in the right place. Well, let's find Val then. After you, Sparky.
You know what this song sounds like? I don't know the lyrics, but it's like, through the rain, through the cracks of something, something. You know what I'm saying? Does anybody know that song that I'm referencing? I don't know what it's called. I don't know the lyrics, but it's something like that. Like, you can kind of hear the tune. From like a show or a movie or something. Welcome back, Carambola. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but like that's what this song sounds like to me. Sorry that my nose is disgusting, and by proxy I'm disgusting. No, it'd be like that. Anyway. Sculpture garden.
My, how the park has changed. I barely recognize it anymore with all these artists buzzing about.
Oh, they're not so bad. So many different and exciting smells.
Yes, well, you and I have always valued different things in smells.
And now we need to sniff out Val. Just like before, let's find some people with memories of her and track down those mementos.
So you know what's up. Valerie was the daughter of Henry Outram, the Laird of Shelmerston. What? Her mother died when Valerie was little, and she was always independent, roaming the grounds of Shelmerston Hall and exploring the island. In the early 90s, her father converted Shelmerston Hall to an artist community, and recently opened the grounds as a sculpture park. Having the game name, it's more beneficial to have it be as games plus demos. Huh. Is that her dad? No. Her thing. Now let's work our way around. Let's do guy. Henry Outram. Oh, this is her dad.
After my wife Penny's death, I struggled to find ways to spend time with my daughter. It had hit us both hard, but, you know, stiff upper lip and all that. I always found it best to keep busy.
Okay.
Looking for something we could do together, I bought Valerie a set of paints. But she never even opened them. I was cross at first, but asked myself, what would Penny do? So I decided to let it go. Then one day I managed to talk her into coming into the park with me to paint some of the nature she loves so much. She wasn't very enthusiastic, but agreed to give it a try.
Okay.
It was a disaster. Valerie simply didn't have the temperament for painting. She had a huge, silly tantrum and threw all the paints away.
I have silly tantrums every day.
I told her I
can't
wasn't
talk
having
today
this
either.
kind of childish behavior, and I told her to stay in her room until she had calmed down. I wished Penny was still with us. She would have known what to do with the child.
Very hard that, to lose a parent. Was never going to be easy after her mum died, but he always did seem distracted with his fancy art projects.
So what, did she get into sculpting? But it's up here. Bet. Oh, there it is, right there.
Yeah, painting really wasn't for Val, was it?
Yeah, she was a sculptor. This thing. Concrete pineapple? Only visible from the top of the pilgrimage, the concrete pineapple was installed as a folly at the heart of a hill, situated in such a space that is seemingly impossible for such an object to have entered. Okay. That exists, sure. Man, art is dumb.
I'm getting the scent of Grenkins again, Morris. I'll pop up to let you know when we're close to one.
Okay. Here? And in here? No. That. And in this? Dirt mound? Oh, things in here. Like a bean. No? Hey, Tali, how you doing? Please. Oh, hi. Lucky rabbits run. I mean, I think I already found that. Down. Two lucky rabbits run. I think I already found it. Not it? Oh, okay, it was the boots specifically. Dude, already on my nerves. I love him. Oh, it looks like it's like a bowling pin and then like a beam. Like, I'd assume that this is the beam. Right? Oh. Oh. It's maybe it's in this. No? Wonder where you find these games? Kotaku. They do a weekly release thing. So because I do the releases on gaming last week, every week I just find a bunch of games. I was doing that, so I assume it's in here. Okay. Acorn. Well, that one looks like an acorn, and the other one looks like a dick. I feel like that was on purpose. I feel like they purposely made that look like a dick.
Gloves! I love them. I can't get enough gloves. I stole the farmer's glove.
Yeah?
I stole the fisherman's glove. I saw that girl out in my woods, riding that strange bumpy beast around again. She really seemed to love that awful creature.
Love.
This was an opportunity I wasn't going to miss. Lovely gloves.
I don't like that. Weirdo.
I always did suspect there might be something in those rumors about camels on the island. All that time, and Val never let on. Bless you, Val.
Excuse me? Yeah, I'm the one you should be blessing. I'm the one sneaking. It's definitely in here. It's the fox den. Yeah.
Hey, Morris. I bet you wish you were alive so you could rub me with this glove.
Just gonna let that one breathe. Gonna let it breathe a little. Alright. zoom in, baby. Baby fox. Look at that baby fox. Hey, zoom in more. No. Look at him. Look at him. Anyway. Ned is old enough and comfortable enough with the people of Shelmerston that she no longer fears sleeping in the park. Her park, broad daylight. So, what's your story? Can we acknowledge? Never mind. That in here? No?
Now what's the deal? There one.
Oh, it's a gamer glove. Here? Guy must never go to the doctor. Huh? I don't know. To me, he kind of looks peachy. And when I say peachy, golly, do I mean peachy? Can't acknowledge the burden. I like that everybody has names. Can I get more dingles? You gotta pay your taxes. Then hope that we get it by the end of the month. Look at this garbage. Okay.
In the last summer, before our GCSEs, Val and me spent a lot of time together, usually wondering how we could get our hands on something to drink. No one on this stupid little island would serve us, though.
You're underage.
One day, we were hanging around on the allotments near the quay when we spotted something. And so, later that night, we went into the woods behind Val's house to drink it, sitting on top of that ancient stone that they say protects the island. But there was no way we were going to get through it all, so we decided to bury the rest. A few weeks later, we went to dig it up again, but couldn't remember where we dug the hole.
So somewhere on
There
the
is
island.
so much of our history buried on this island. Stories everywhere, right under your feet.
Somewhere on the island, there's a rock with a hole in it. Or there's a rock with a hole underneath it that has. Oh, there it is. It's right here. There it is.
Wow, Morris, this smells incredible. I'm getting scallops, I'm getting peaty bogs, I'm getting roast lamb. Woof!
Thanks, Sparky. That's definitely in relation to this, right? That's pretty. Why would you bury a perfectly good drink when you can just take it with you, hide it somewhere more? Has a name. It seems like a lot of these areas are just to find these Grenkin. Grenkin. Bet. This? No? One of these bushes? I bet it's the tree. No? It could be in one. I don't know. Maybe I no. Not this? Huh. Maybe there's a secret ending if you find all the dick ghosts. Maybe. Was that bird? Oh, never mind. It looked a lot stranger from it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care enough. It's for like people who want to like 100%. Oh, him again?
The famous sculptor Vernon Russet was working on a huge statement piece in my honor. A statue of a camel with my head. When I saw it, I felt quite uncomfortable, but I didn't want to upset him. Poor Vernon could be awfully temperamental, sinking into dark moods for days. The week before the public unveiling, Vernon had me visit the statue. He needed to make some final adjustments to the face. Valerie came along too. She looked like thunder. She hated that statue and wasn't afraid to show it. I couldn't help thinking how like her mother she was. When the statue was revealed, the nose was missing. Fortunately, we all managed to cover our surprise and act like nothing was wrong, so no one was any the wiser. Some fellow from the Times wrote a glowing review, so Vernon wasn't too glum about it.
How is the nose missing? Did someone like throw a rock
I'm pretty
at
sure
it?
I know what happened to that nose.
Oh.
Aha, the old Outram spirit. Good for you, Valerie. Your mother would have been proud of you.
Like a loaf of bread. What? 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 Perfect. What do you want from me? Okay.
Yeah, Val told me about this. She had a whole speech prepared in case they figured out it was her who cut that nose off. But she never even needed it.
Where's the schnoz? Where's the schnoz? Bet it's in here. Bet it's in this big bush. I bet it's in this smaller bush inside the big bush. I bet it's inside this even smaller bush inside the big bush. I bet it's inside this even smaller bush inside the big bush. I bet it's inside this even smaller bush inside the big bush. I bet it's inside this even smaller bush inside the big bush. It was inside the smaller bush, inside the smaller bush, inside the smaller bush, inside the smaller bush, inside the smaller bush.
Oh, this thing looks heavy. I'm surprised Val was able to even lift it.
Jacked. Alright, now we need to get out of the bush and then get out of the bush. And then get out of the bush. Then get out of the bush. Then get out of the bush. And then get out of the bush. Then get out of the bush. That just Up with you. Didn't realize what I was looking. Still don't know what I was.
I spent the summer of '83 with Henry Outram, Laird of Shelmerston, in his grand hall working on a new piece. It was supposed to be about the volcano, but once I arrived, I found myself particularly taken by all the vales around the island. Henry was a delightful host, always excited to have us bright young artists around, and always ready with a charming question or a fortifying glass of something. His daughter, I think her name was Mallory or Valerie or something, was usually outside roaming the grounds. Henry said she was discovering herself and learning self-reliance through independent play. She seemed feral to me.
Feral? Jesus Christ!
One day, I came across the perfect finishing touch to my sculptural masterpiece, but it turned out to belong to the wretched child. I tried to explain to her why I needed it, but she snatched it away and walked off. I went to Henry, thinking he could make her give me the boat, but to my astonishment, Henry told me it was up to her if she wanted to give it to me. Henry called his daughter and we all talked about it. When Henry suggested that maybe I could buy the boat, her little eyes lit up. It cost me £200 for that little wooden boat, but it was worth it.
Was it? Where the fuck? Right here? Oh, there we go.
Henry was a good dad at heart, caring about Val's feelings, and treating her like a grown-up even when she was little. Partly how she became so independent, I reckon. I know it was tough on him, but they both turned out pretty well.
That's how I would raise a child if I ever had one. Kind of treat him like an adult. No, I don't want to go back in. No.
I spent the summer of '83.
No, thank you. I just wanted to look at the monstrosity that is her model. I like this birdhouse. Go with this. Nah. Am I missing something? Oh, I'd never got the boat. Whoops. Bet it's inside. No, okay. I bet it's in. Wait, yeah, it's part of this, isn't it? Yeah. Wait a minute, you put it inside the statue where nobody can see it? What the fuck is the point in that?
I wonder how many people even saw this.
Yeah. What's the point of that? Like, you should have put like a fucking like window or something. What it? Because it ate the boat? Then make the mouth open.
We did it! Oh, yes! I know what Val smells like now. Her signal is wafting through to me very clearly. Time to fly.
Okay. I don't care about the big things. Just semen flying through the sky.
Bark. Woof. Wow. Woof. Bark. Bow. Wow.
Look at your butt. I respect it.
Morris? Morris Lupton? Is that really you? And Sparky?
Val! Oh, it's so good to see you again.
You too. You're looking very,
Dead?
yeah. But quite good, considering.
Hello, Val.
And Sparky talks now. Death certainly has been strange. What brings you by?
Well, we're trying to find a replacement custodian. You've surely seen the volcano.
Oh, yes. Poor Aggie. Must be very tired.
Aggie?
Aggie is the current custodian.
Oh, well then, yes. We were hoping you might replace Aggie.
Oh, Morris. That's some ask.
Oh, you can do it, Val.
I'm flattered, but those are enormous shoes to fill. And I'm not like you, Morris. I don't love this town like you do. And, if I'm being honest, I can't abide all those arty types and mainlanders tromping around. I can't speak for them. This job isn't for me.
Oh.
Wait,
I'm
so...
sorry to hear that, Val. But I understand.
Thank you. It's been so nice to see you again.
You too, Val. Sparky, I'd love to spend some more time chatting with Val.
Oh, I'm sorry, Morris. We really need to keep this search up. That volcano is looking dire.
Come back later, Morris. I'll be here.
Oh, well, all right, Val. I'll find you later.
Goodbye.
Wait, so... if the custodian in this town is keeping a volcano from erupting, it's not like everywhere in the world has a volcano just sitting next to their town. So, like... say I died in bumfuck nowhere, Kansas, right? Is there a custodian there doing something? Or is there just, like, fuck all happening in the town? You know? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, slow down, Sparky. I need to get some things straight.
No time, Morris. We need to find the next prospect.
Well, it's just that I don't quite understand what we're doing.
We're looking for the custodian.
Well, I get that bit, Sparky, but what does the custodian have to do exactly?
Oh, well, it's hard to explain with your human words, but, the custodian kind of mingles with the island, becomes a part of it.
A part of the rock, the volcano?
Yes, the rock, and the sea, and the animals, and plants.
Okay, never mind.
The custodian becomes a part of all of these things. It becomes part of the island spirit.
And you give up being a ghost?
Wait, so
Yeah.
America
Well,
isn't an
a
island,
walking around
so...
talking kind of ghost.
Is the entirety
Stop
of
being
America
someone who
just
can
one
go
custodian?
into the West. It's quite a sacrifice.
Oh, wow. Oh, no wonder Val doesn't want to fill those shoes. Aggie must be a legend.
Ah, she really is.
I always thought there were those folks destined to be mayors and, I suppose, custodians. And then there are people like me and Val, destined for smaller lives.
What? Small? Morris, your heart is as big as the island. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, I suppose I'm more like one of those island oddities in the museum.
Yeah, and they were always the visitors' favorites. Now, we need to move on. Next up is Ogden Beckett, in the Old Town.
Ogden it is. I'm right behind you, Sparky.
My controller isn't even plugged in. America's custodian is George Washington, not Alexander Hamilton.
So, Ogden next, eh? I'll be glad to see him again.
His music always hurt my ears, but he was good at chin scratchers. Oh, lovely guy. Oh, look, the ferry's coming in. There'll be loads of tourists all over this quayside soon.
I suppose they won't get in our way much anymore, eh, girl?
No, I bet America's custodian is Alexander Hamilton. But like every once in a while, like every few years, he cheats on America with like Hawaii, and like he defends Hawaii for a little bit, but he always comes back. And those are the years where we get like those like massive hurricanes that like tear apart entire cities and shit, you know? That makes more sense to me. Ogden was a talented multi-instrumentalist, leader of the Shelmerston Silver Band, and a keen cricketer. As a young man, he went to live in New Zealand, but returned to marry his childhood sweetheart, Sally Mapes. Okay. A ton of hurricanes and a pandemic. Hi, how you doing, David?
I remember when a young Ogden asked to join the Shelmerston Silver Band. I recognised his talent immediately.
I didn't realize that was a midnight release. Hang on, give me a second. Give me a second. Not out on Steam. I am not out on quite yet. Therefore, I will.
He could play anything, that lad. Literally anything. Eventually, he settled on the sousaphone, which he always insisted on playing with his lucky bronze mouthpiece. One evening, after the Silver Band played a storming concert in the Camel, Ogden and Sally got it into their heads to go for a night swim in the harbour, young love and all that. Ogden left his mouthpiece behind, and when we came back the next morning to pack up, it had disappeared. It really rattled him. Ogden was worried he wouldn't be able to perform without it, but of course, next time we played, he was just as good as ever. Didn't need any lucky mouthpiece, Sir Ogden. He could play anything, that lad.
The fuck is that?
Ogden was so talented. A real virtuoso. Oh, I loved listening to him play.
Ugh, speak for yourself, Morris. It was a terrible racket.
Early release there. Is it on PS4? Should I do it on PS4 instead so that I can get scared by things? It's in here. No. By fucking what do you call it? Bingo alerts? Maybe it's just inside the boat. I think there's a bunch of instruments. How do I? There you go. Still? Oh. Moonshine. Bet it's in one of these. Wait, that's it right there.
They seem to have been using it as a funnel. These bootleggers are very resourceful.
Cool.
I'm getting the scent of Grenkins again, Morris. I'll pop up to let you know when we're close to one.
Okay. Hi.
It was the day of the island cricket match out on the volcanic sand spit.
Yes.
We had lost to Appledore for the past 3 years, and it was my first year as captain. I didn't want another loss on my watch. Ogden had just come back from New Zealand and told me he'd be up for it. I wasn't sure. I remembered Ogden from school. He was lanky and good in the field, but batting? Not sure. Ogden showed up with his own bat.
Not yet.
He told me he'd won it in a pub in Dunedin and that it had belonged to a famous New Zealand player. I wondered whether I should put him into bat at all, but Ogden whispered to me that he'd been playing on deck all the way home. I knew Ogden wasn't a bluffer, but he was never the guy who got picked for the first team at school. Still, I had nothing to lose. Ogden hit a 6 with his first stroke. We went wild! And just when I thought it must be a fluke, he hit another, and another. He was a machine!
I don't know what any of that means.
Ogden hit so many cricket balls out into the sea that we had to stop play. We'd run out. It was a stunning win, and we carried Ogden back across the sand and into the Camel.
Man.
Even though he'd won the match pretty much single-handedly, he insisted it was all down to the bat and plenty of practice. Ogden was solid gold.
Golf balls and now cricket balls. These poor fish.
How's that? What a great day that was. And we've beaten Appledore every year since. Those poor chaps never did recover from Ogden's incredible batting.
Night, doggo. Have a good sleep. I love you. Mwah! But it's in here. But it's inside this octopus. It is not inside this octopus. I still think it's in here. No? I swear to you. It's in here, in this. It was in this cluster. Yeah!
Hey, Morris. Remember when we found one of these heavy balls on the beach and I dropped it on your toe?
Cluster or the ball? But also that wouldn't hurt. That would be like, it wouldn't be that high up. I don't, what? Huh. Dr. B! Those fish people? Huh. And bird people. Are those supposed to be the tourists? I think those are supposed to be tourists. Oh, Peach Man is here too. I see you. We go back to the fish. I can in a minute.
I remember we was walking home from school, a bunch of us, and I told him my granddad said the lad had a live Bactrian camel living somewhere in the woods.
Huh.
Everyone laughed, but I told them it was true. Ogden didn't believe me. Someone would have seen it. He dared me to climb in and prove it. I told him he'd have to come with me. Sneaking past the
Dream is
big house,
doing
we
the
were
deja
almost
vu
caught
thing? What
by
do you
the
mean?
gamekeeper and had to run. Hell for leather for the woods.
Deja vu thing?
We reached the trees out of breath. I was bent double and leant against a tree. Ogden had better breath control and he recovered quickly. He saw it first. The clouds parted, the moon shone down, and Ogden gasped. And then I did too. Was it? It was. The next day, we were kicking ourselves. We had no proof. No one was going to believe us. But we knew what we saw.
Can't get this one. Feels like this is the last one, too. It's always the last ones. There we go. Yeah, it's always the last ones.
Yeah, he was a couple of years above these chaps at school. Oh, and he's right. No one believed them. We gave them so much stick.
So much stick? Okay, hang on. What is this? There it is. Wait. Fuck. Maybe it's below. Yeah, yeah. Not. It's like right here. Huh. You can kind of, like there, right there. What? Maybe it's the other side. No? There it is. It'll just replay / rewind the last 2 seconds randomly. I've never had that. Never happened to me. Interesting. Looks like baseball and soccer mixed. It looks like overcomplicated baseball, but at the same time, baseball is also pretty complicated. Anybody in here? No. Anybody in here? No. Anybody in here? Oh wait, you wanted me to go back to the fish. Hey enemy, how you doing, dog? I was looking at this game. Perfect timing. Hey, that's this game. Ugh. You wanted me to go back to the fish people. It's kind of like, and we're talking about this on the podcast, by the way. Next Thursday. This is the game. What about these fish people? What did you want me to look at? It's kind of like a hidden object game. You know where you gotta like find like the thing. It's like a hidden object game, but like 3D. It is a little happy face. Look. It weirdly makes me think of Adventure Time. But yeah, it's like a hidden object game, but with like 3D and a story kind of thing. A more in-depth hidden object game.
We were 14 when we started going out. Me and my friend Cassia had started a beach clean at the weekend, and Ogden turned up with his mate Godfrey. I had no idea Ogden liked me. He was the tallest in our year, and we all fancied him. By the time we reached the little cove at the north end of the beach, he'd asked me to come to a concert he was playing in. I said yes.
Tall guys always get the girl.
We'd been going out for a few years when I applied to Floristry College on the mainland.
Us manlets don't got no
I didn't
game.
tell Ogden. I didn't believe I'd get in, and didn't want him to think I was trying to get away from him. Ogden might have looked mature and confident, but he was a gentle soul, not nearly as sure of himself as he looked. But I did get in, and he was gutted. I felt terrible. I didn't want to hurt Ogden. He said he didn't mind, but I could see he was covering. My last week on Shelmerston was really hard. Every time I saw him, it felt so strained, and I couldn't sleep. Finally, on my last night,
How tall
I
are
made
you,
a decision.
Insano? Not tall enough.
I would take an apprenticeship at the garden centre on the island instead, so we could stay together. It felt like the right thing to do. I would tell Ogden in the morning. But when I opened the door the next day, I found Ogden's sousaphone left on the doorstep. I was terrified. What did it mean? What had he done? I ran down to his house, my heart in my mouth. His mum, she never did like me, was a little bit smug. She told me Ogden had sailed off to New Zealand. He was headed to Christchurch, she said, and didn't know when he was coming back. Then she shut the door. I was more than a bit tearful, but, you know, looking back, I think we both needed to have a bit of an adventure.
I spent a lot of time with Sally during this period. We used to meet up quite often when she returned from floristry college and I was working at the museum. For a while I thought maybe we would get together. But she always seemed a bit out of reach. Sort of distracted. Well, it makes sense now.
I'm 5'8", 5'9". Oh, I gotta find the boat. But it's up here. Where it would make sense. No? Maybe behind the bar. No? Oh, right there. Okay, I see it. I agree, Ace, but, you know.
How did that get in there?
I mean, I get people have preferences, but I never understood why super short girls go for super tall guys. Never understood it. Never got it. Bet they're in here. No? Where's the last person? Compensate for their loss of height. Yeah. Just want to be worn like a backpack? Yeah, you're right. I don't know. Girls of chat, would you date a guy shorter than you? Guys of chat, would you date a guy or a girl shorter than you? Or vice versa? You know, either way, doesn't really matter. Would you date someone that is shorter or taller than you against, like, the norm, you know? I guess there isn't really a norm for, like... for gay people. It's just like, you date who you date. Oh. Dummy mommy, he says. Hey, Kiro, how are you? Okay, so I would date a lady I find attractive. How you making it? Yeah, I get that. I get that. Oh, there's my museum. One more person. Oh, I never found the statue. I don't even know where that is anymore. I would date someone shorter than me, but I'm also 5'4", so someone tall enough to reach the top shelf is preferred. Date anyone cheap, but I'd prefer a guy who's bigger than me, because then I can feel safe in their embrace. I get. Imagine dating, yeah, right? Okay, hang on. I want to find this statue. I think it is the person over in the shop. To here? No. Then it would have been this one. Yeah. This shelf we can like turn. In here. No. In here. There it is. No? Wow, I'm surprised. That's not it, really? Wow, I'm surprised. Maybe it's inside the shell. Maybe it's inside the helmet. Came over they can carry me because I'm insane and need to know that I can be carried out of dangerous situations. I only date firemen. The only acceptable fate. Hey Renee, how you doing? No, not the kazoo.
Camels are so obviously a made-up animal. Humans will believe any old rubbish.
Really does seem like it, but that kind of looks more like an alpaca. An alpaca with humps. Alright, last one. Wake enough to be here, so that's hype. Dude, that's pretty hype.
I missed Ogden so much, and for the first month there was no letter at all. I took my place at college on the mainland without knowing how he was feeling. It was a shock how low it made me, even though I was working with flowers, my dream job. I threw myself into making friends and working as hard as I could. I wondered about him travelling the world without me and without his sousaphone, what he was doing, how he was feeling. Then the letters started arriving, and it was amazing. Each one came with a penny from a different country. One from Valparaiso, another from Dakar. I wrote back and told Ogden about my course, trips to Kew Gardens, which were amazing. And Ogden told me about his voyage, watching dolphins and flying fish, crossing the equator. Sometimes we were both lonely. We poured out our hearts to each other. In a funny way, I think the letters made us closer than ever. When he arrived in Christchurch, he'd send me flowers pressed in his letters.
Knock, knock.
I sent him a shell from home, and then he sent me
open up the
a New
boys'
Zealand
drill.
halfpenny. It was my favourite. On one side was the head of a Maori tiki. Ogden told me it was lucky. I came back to the island, and when my father died, I opened up my own florist shop on the quay. I tucked the halfpenny under the front step for luck, polished up Ogden's sousaphone and put it in the window. They both brought me luck, and the shop flourished.
Huh.
One day,
You were planting his
showed
instrument?
up
What
at
the
shop,
fuck?
completely out of the blue. He told me there was nowhere like Shelmerston, and no one like me. I was so thrilled to see him, I asked him to marry me there and then. He said yes.
And then they fucked!
The lure of Shelmerston.
I already know where it is, and I haven't
It
even started.
always pulls people back when they try to move away. They were a lovely couple, Sally and Ogden.
Bet it's in here. Wait, there's a person in here? This changes my opinion. Bet it's in here. One of these, I swear. Gotta be. No? I am surprised. Well, now I don't know. Maybe it's in the light? It's really not in this? Ow. It's in the cup with an army man. under the mat, I thought. Yeah, it's somewhere in this. It has to be in this area. It doesn't transition away from this map. Maybe it's inside this. Yep, there it is.
Yet one good thing about being dead, I'll never have to deal with counting change again.
Oh, you already put it in the cash register? Hang on, I got a quarter. Now you have to redo all the math in your head. Good luck, loser.
Ah, yes. A very distinctive odor indeed. I reckon I can find him from this. Here I come, Ogden.
Do it. Is there really only one left?
Oh, this feels so good. Terrific to see you, Morris.
Oh, it's great to see you too, mate.
Have a stretch, Ogden. We have a question for you.
Sparky, owner of the very finest singing voice on the island. What can I do for you?
Well, it's about the custodian. We need a replacement.
Ah, yes. I've heard that volcano rumbling. Poor Aggie must be very tired.
Yes, she is. We need a replacement.
Oh, you want me to be the custodian? Well, I'm honored, but I can't.
Are you sure? The island is in dire need.
I know, and I sympathize, but Sally is the other half of me. I need to watch over her. Everything else may be changing, but she's my constant, and I'm hers. I need to go into the West with her when it's her time.
Yes, I understand. You two always did have an enviable connection.
We were very lucky to find each other. And I'm still lucky just to watch over her. Makes this place still feel a bit like home, even as it changes. So I'm going to stay. But listen, once you've found the custodian, come back and enjoy a sniff of that beer in the Camel with me, eh?
Ah, sure, Ogden. Well, see you around.
Arr!
Well, after all these years, Ogden still carries that torch for Sally. I wish I'd been so lucky. Things I should have done.
You were busy with the museum, Morris. And you did walks, and you did fetch, and belly rubs, and...
Yeah, all right, yes. I was very busy. Thank you for reminding me.
You did plenty. But now you need to find the next custodian.
Hey, how long has Aggie been custodian?
Oh, a little while now. You've met her, actually.
I have?
Well, her body, anyway. In the museum.
What? Her body? In the museum? Oh, wait!
That's right, Morris.
The Bog Lady. The Bog Lady of Shelmerston. But that's Aggie.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's her body anyway. Her spirit is all around us, of course.
But Aggie is Bronze Age. 3,000 years. She's been custodian all that time?
Yep.
Wow. No wonder she's tired.
More tired every minute. We need to get to the next prospect. Greg Litherland, at the campsite.
Greg. Okay.
Greg. Why is it up to Morris to find a
The one
replacement
part of the
anyways?
island I never spent much time at. I never cared for camping. Although we did find a lot of Bronze Age goods down here.
Volunteered.
Really fascinating bits and bobs. I reckon this was an important place once. And not just to shellers.
Oh, there's so many great smells here. Oh, and so many rabbits to chase. Stop it, Sparky, you have a job to do.
You know, I suppose I do like it better up here now I don't have to worry about combing all those burrs out of your fur. At least this part of Shelmerston isn't changing too much.
Yes. Now let's sniff out Greg.
Yeah, I always found Greg a bit difficult. That business with the owl of his.
He wasn't a bad guy at heart. Just liked animals a bit more than people, sometimes. Maybe. But who can blame him? Let's find some people who remembered him. Dig a little deeper.
Memories of Greg Litherland. Here we come.
Here we come. Oh. Greg ran Nab Hill campsite where his tricky demeanor and insistence on rules were notorious. He was a keen bird watcher, nature lover, and campaigner of protection of the Morlows. A huge fan of sheller racing, Greg captured the excitement of the sport with his photographs. Okay. The owner?
I only knew Greg briefly, from the summer that I took over the campsite and he retired. He seemed harmless enough, if a bit strange, living in that nasty little caravan.
Caravan is such a better word
official
than
handover
camper.
process. He gave me a big box of rule books that I was apparently supposed to give every camper when they arrived. I couldn't believe them. The amount of inches apart each tent had to be, the angle of pitch, permitted colours of guy ropes. No skipping ropes, marbles, conkers or throwing games. No singing with hand drums. I built a huge fire on the beach, invited the whole site for a big party and burned the lot.
We could have recycled them, come on!
But then, awkward, Greg showed up. I guess he'd been collecting some things from his caravan and came to see what the noise was all about. You could tell he wasn't comfortable, but he sat down and tried to make conversation. I told him how beautiful I thought Shelmerston was, and he started telling me all about the wildlife here and the best places to spot birds. He was actually quite a sweet guy. He must have noticed what we were burning, but he never mentioned it. That was the last time I saw him. I always felt a bit guilty. I mean, I got him wrong. He wasn't that bad.
Sparky seems like the antagonist in this. I don't think
It's a
there is
good
an
thing she
antagonist.
kept one of them. It must be around here somewhere.
I see it. I don't think there is an antagonist. Oh, that's the map. I still bet it's here. Playbox? No? The inside the map. No? Okay. Maybe it's in here. That? Yeah.
what's this about dogs having to be on leads the whole time? Outrageous.
Outrageous. Yeah, I don't think there is an antagonist. I think this is just what the game is. It's just
I'm
a
getting
hidden
the
object
scent
game.
of Grenkins again, Morris. I'll pop up to let you know when we're close to one.
Not the Grankins. The Grankins. We talk about this? We talk about how I just certainly found it? No? Okay, I thought it was. Maybe it's this. No? Okay, I thought it'd be cool. That. By the way, need to find more memories. Yeah, there's a lot more map that I'm seeing. Yeah, there is. There's another. What's up with all these luchadors? And a giant ass snake. Whoa. What's up with all the luchadors? Clifford the big red dog. Caterpillars. Here's the caravan. Caravan, comma, Greg's old. Yeah, talk about this fly. So, what's happening down here? Here's one. Oh, is that what Sheller racing is?
Miles and I came to Shelmerston for the Sheller Cup final. Miles was the world champion for ages. Greg, the campsite manager, was a huge Sheller fan. Always gave us the best pitch on the campsite.
I'm sorry.
Miles was up early every morning, training for the big race. Greg would always be lurking in the background, taking photos. It became rather annoying. How many photos did he need? Oh God, and one time he turned up at our barbecue and wouldn't leave. The man could not take a hint.
A man, such a man.
So race day arrives and Greg is there with his camera, of course, getting in everyone's way. So Greg leans out into the track as the pack came past, Miles in the lead. And Miles goes crashing right into Greg. Total disaster. Miles goes down and Quasi flies past him to win the race. Miles was absolutely gutted. He definitely would have won it. Later that night, all us Shellers were on our way back from the pub and we heard Greg outside his caravan, just sat by himself, crying. Miles, he was such a good sport, went over and spoke to him, invited him over to our camp for a drink.
Like he did.
So then Greg came back and hung out with us, brought his camera and showed us all his Sheller race photos. You know, that guy was actually a pretty great photographer. By the end of the night, Miles had forgiven him. Miles was good like that.
Oh yeah, Miles is a good one.
Shellers. I've never understood the appeal of that. Seems bloomin' uncomfortable to me. Poor old Greg. He was always rubbing people up the wrong way, but he meant well. And he really loved this place.
You can't tell I do not like this lady. Not a fan. I am a fan of this pig, though. This pig. Yep. Butthole. Wait, hang on. I'm looking for a camera. I bet it's inside pig. No? Okay, I tried. Cerberus wasn't a tool. He was a good boy. Cerberus was a good boy. Here's the camera right there. It's not a pig, as far as you know.
Oh, I wish we could use this. I am a very photogenic dog, you know.
Uh-huh. Wait, hang on. Oh, I thought he was thinking. Okay. Maybe inside one of these tents? No? Huh. Someone's got to be thinking in here. Oh, there we go.
I love camping. We've come to Shelmerston every summer with the kids for years. Okay, our tent is a bit bright, but that means the kids can always see it. Greg seemed angry about everything this year. He told us our tent was outside of the regulation colours, and being around the kids seemed to really upset him. But they were only being kids, just running around playing. Greg was blowing that bloody whistle every 5 minutes.
Bloody whistle?
One day, Greg confiscated my little one's kite. He was terrifying. We still sometimes get nightmares about it. I had to do something. When I saw Greg put the whistle down, I pinched it and took out the pea.
A pea?
You know, the thing that makes the noise.
Called a pea?
I threw that pea somewhere Greg would never find it. You should have seen his face when he blew his whistle and nothing happened.
So in other words...
I always wondered how Greg managed to get so good at hand whistling.
Wait, let's see if I can still do it. Chat, remember when I learned how to hand whistle? Hang on, let me figure it out. Hang on, let me see if I can get it again. I haven't practiced since I did it that one time. Let me see if I can get it again. Can't get it. There it is. There it is. I can kind of do it. It's almost there. Can we talk about how this kid's terrifying eyes? I bet it's in one of the No? Is it just this camp entirely? Yeah. It was in the milk. No? Spend that time dealing with other children, and with others' children, it can get annoying. If you spend enough time dealing with others' children, yeah, I get you. Yep, that's poo. Look, poo. Look, it's poo. Yep, that's poo. What, is it gonna be one of these? One of these not poo? Am I gonna have to check every single one of these poos to see which one isn't poo? Like, because I bet it is one of these. There it is. I don't know how to hand whistle. So you know, like the thing where like you pinch and you just put it in your mouth and you do it really close.
The smell of rabbit poo. It doesn't excite me the way it used to when I was alive.
Now, how people do those like super loud whistles that like echo throughout the fucking entirety of America, I don't know. But still.
My whole life I've dreamed of seeing a Jempson's sea owl. One day, I read the news that a guy on this little island called Shelmerston had discovered one. I had to see it. The only B&B on the island booked up really fast, so I decided to stay at the temporary campsite set up by the guy who discovered the sea owl, Greg Litherland. The atmosphere was amazing. There were twitchers from all over the world come to see it.
I was there?
Greg had given the old name,
Twitchers?
David Abrahams. A bit weird, but I guess he was the one who found it. And because it had no mate, it was lonely, and he'd made a model female owl out of concrete. That's quite impressive.
Toss a coin to your Twitcher.
I got to know Greg a bit during my stay. He really seemed to resent all the noise and fuss on the island. His island, as he thought of it. And the irony was that he was the one who'd got everyone excited about coming to Shelmerston.
How you doing, T?
Greg told us he'd take us up in groups to the owl's nest site, but I snuck up early with my camera. It saw me and it flew off hooting and I didn't get a picture. I was gutted.
Butted.
I had to make do with a picture of the model. It wasn't the same.
Ah, I remember that. All those bird watchers suddenly arriving and nowhere for them to stay. I didn't think Greg had it in him to start a campsite, but he somehow pulled it together.
Huh. And I need to find an owl. Bet it's in here. No, wait, I thought this was like a pack. It's just a rock. It's gotta be in one of these campsites, right? I don't like how there's always one person awake in them, in the tent. It's in here. No. Wait, is that a pack? Travel bag. Statue, statue, statue. Statue, statue, statue. Maybe it's in one of the boots. Can't click on any of the boots. I saw a bop it. Did you? Oh yeah, would you look at that? A boopy. Doing okay, not able to sleep. But I'm chilling. Who sleeps in 2020? Dude did. Huh. In the lamp? I doubt it. Oh, it is! Oh, never mind. It looked like it. A weird looking light bulb. Light bulb. Well, I'd imagine it'd be pretty big. Because, like, judging by the picture, it looked pretty large. Same time, with the amount of trouble it's taking me to find it. Oh, it's just in this area. Maybe it is here. Oh. Well, that looks like something. That's an upside down heart. I feel like there's no way it's unintentional. You know? it's in here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you can do whatever you want, Storm. No rules.
Oh, poor old David Abrahams.
Alright, so I missed one somewhere. I don't know where. Is it the snake? Figure not. I feel like I would have seen it. Oh, is it in this? Oh, I see. Sorry, I missed a good night, farm. Have a good sleep. I love you.
My best thing is throwing discs. I am really good. I like playing with Dan and Toddler. It's our favourite thing when we go camping on Shelmerston. One time, Greg Niflheim came up the beach, all red-faced like an angry tomato. He pointed at a sign. It said, "No throwing games." He was yelling and shouting at us. He told me to give him my disc, but I wouldn't. I threw it high up into the air. And it went bang into a massive bird. Then
Owl.
the bird fell into the sea. I felt so awful. I never meant to hurt the birds. The whole thing was terrible.
Should feel bad.
Mr. Lifferlam was screaming. He waded into the sea, picked up that bird, and carried it back to the beach. He was crying and crying. I'm sorry, Mr. Lifferland.
Oh, Greg.
How long ago did he
Poor
die?
guy. Oh, and that poor bird. I guess that explains why he was always so prickly.
Because she's still a kid. Bet it's in his trailer. There it is. It's not it? Okay. Just a different flying disc. That bird looked like it had massive legs. I think it was the owl they were talking about before. Oh, hang on. It's like that. Be the other way around. Yeah. That fly that landed on Pence? Uh-huh. It's a poop. Yeah, I don't think it's in here. Excuse me. Maybe they still have it in their tent. Downward dog. No, it's gotta be in his trailer. There's no way that they would get it back. Probably buried it with the owl. Yeah, but it has to be here somewhere. It's really not this? Or maybe it's like in the bush. Back or something, no? Imagine it's gotta be with this trailer. There's no way. Huh. Hello? Huh. No, I guess they still have it. Maybe it's this. No. It's outside his trailer. What the hecky? What the hecky, Becky? Why is this the one that's giving me trouble? Pick the cooler, right? Yeah. Man, this one's hard. This one is way harder than I thought it'd be. Maybe it's inside this. No. Huh. I'd love to live in a small camper like that. What's stopping you? Huh. I feel like I've looked at his entire camper. The game bugged? Because, like, that's very much a flying disc. I don't have a camper and I don't have money. Well, you don't need that much money to live out of a camper. Or out of a caravan, rather, because that's a much cooler name. Not the flying disc. Yeah, it's a flying disc, but it's not the... Oh, gee golly. Flying disc? That's what it is, but I looked at the fucking frisbee multiple times and that's not it. want from me? What do you want from me, game? Nowhere else to click. So what do you want from me, game? Check the ocean? I can't. It's in this specific area. You look at the left. See how it's big right now? When I click away, it gets small. It's specifically in this area. Did say it fell in the ocean. It's specifically in this area. No. No.
My best thing is throwing.
No. It's disguised as a plate? I thought about that. I also thought about looking at these pictures. Goes in one of these. Not. That on it, so. Okay, you're right. That's the right call. Well, don't understand. I might need some help from that walkthrough that we talked about earlier. I've been here for a really long time, and I've yet to find it. Retina? What that mean? Even understand the question. Golly. Like one of those eye tracker things? No, but that'd be cool. Box in front of the skipper. This thing, no. This thing, no. The only thing it could be is this. Not this. I'm just gonna click through this again.
My best thing is Mr. Lifferlam.
Thank you. Winter, how you doing? I am so confused. There is literally nothing else for me to do. Ghost game? Yes. Looking for a frisbee. Can't find it. Been looking for it for a very long time. One right there, but that's not the one. Okay, I don't know. Good night, I love you. Mwah! Frustrated. For a disc with stars, I realized that. Sound like Insane was talking through a pillow. It's because I have allergies. I don't know. Nothing different about my mic setup than any other time I've been streaming. Check the houses. It's here. It's only here. It can only be here. Anywhere else it cannot be. If I leave it, I go over here. If I look at this, there's nothing here. Has to be specifically over this. A little quiet. There you go. It is specifically in this location. It can be nowhere else. Check under the barrels. I can't click on the barrels. Best I got. Does not seem to be under barrels. Given all the rocks, I cannot zoom in any further than I am. Oh, hi, Boost. How are you? There is a walkthrough online somewhere. I request that someone look it up, please. I'm sick of looking for this. You check under the camper. Not in any way that I haven't. Best I can do. I am about to just restart the game and because like look, it's a flying disc. Look at it. Look, there it is. What is this game called? I Am Dead. Ah! There it is. There's the flying disc. I found it. And go look for a grumpkin while you look it up. One here? No. One in here. This. Is there a sticker or something? I looked at all the stickers. Oh, it's a tall dick. Does it show the item you're looking for? That's frustrating. Long-legged dick. Save and quit, yes. Try looking around the ocean. It can only be in that one area. It can be nowhere else. Starting game. bugs. That is why I am restarting game. Just in case. There is a frisbee sitting there. I cannot see how it would be any other frisbee. Do I have to redo all of the shit? Okay, good. Come on, man. Can I find one? See if there's one online or on Steam. Unity Hub. Nothing. Nothing. The fuck is this frisbee? Gameplay walkthrough video. Gimme. Viewed it. Show me the frisbee. Show me the frisbee. Bring me the frisbee. The sweet, sweet frisbee. It is not showing it. I do not see the frisbee. Hello? Hi. This is not what I was looking for. May I come in? I have Zodonite? Sure, come on in. Help us find the fucking thing. Frisbee. It is very obviously there, but apparently that's not it. Well, I can message Klaus and Raw and see if they found it. Here, Raw's playing it right now. Raw, did you get to the campsite yet? Under the seat in the trailer? Oh my fuck, never mind, I got it. It was a stupid solution. Kind of salty. What the fuck, dude?
I love these things. Reminds me of our walks on the beach.
What did he say to me? Oh, okay. Jesus fucking Christ, that was a struggle.
Woof! Okay, I've got his scent. It was
Sparky
quite
dead too?
faint, but I'm a very good dog. Let's go find him.
That was a fucking struggle. Bark. Give a penis for a nose.
Greg! Oh, hello.
Morris, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello there, pup.
Hi, Greg.
You can talk now. Rather prefer my animals when they don't talk.
Yeah, Greg, we need to ask you, would you be interested in being the next island custodian? It's a very important job.
Oh, no, absolutely not. This is your mess, and you can sort it
How's
out.
it my mess?
My mess? Well, how do you mean?
You dug her up. I warned you, and I warned you when we were still alive that those archaeological digs were a bad idea. And now we know exactly how bad.
Well, now hold on, Greg. That's not how that works.
Oh, isn't it, talking dog? 3,000 years, no eruptions. You dig Aggie up, and then suddenly her grip on the island is weakening? Well, some coincidence that sounds like.
Well, I didn't. I never did.
No. There's no way I'm doing that job. It's too much obligation, it's not my responsibility, and frankly, one lifetime of humans was plenty for me. Now, I'm going to stay right here until I can find David Abrams.
Fine. Thanks, Greg. See ya, I suppose.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Greg.
It's not looking good, is it, old girl?
Don't worry, Morris. I hate it when you worry. It makes me nervous.
He's waiting for David Abrams. I guess I'm like him in that way. The most important person in my life wasn't technically a person, more like an island.
Yes, the island. This island. A whole island's worth of people and stories. Not like Greg at all. Everyone loves you.
Really? Well, loved me, perhaps, past tense.
No, they still do. And there's one more person who loves you we need to talk to. Our last prospect. I just know we're getting close now.
Hey, Sparky, how do you know all this stuff? I mean, you're just my dog, aren't you?
Well, nobody is just anything, Morris. I'm mostly the dog you raised, but I'm also kind of a messenger, a scout, part of something bigger. Aggie sent me to help guide you.
Aggie sent you?
No time to explain, Morris. We have to get to the last prospect.
Well, however it came to be, I'm glad I get to spend more time with you, old friend.
So am I, Morris. Now, off to see Samfire down at the harbour.
What kind of
Sam.
fucking name?
Lead the way, girl.
I love it, but what? Samfire?
Ah, the harbour. I always loved watching the boats come in and out. Never did get around to expanding the fishing exhibit, did I? You remember coming down here with me?
I'd have liked it better if you'd have let me swim.
I love your confidence, Sparky. But you always thought yourself a bigger dog than you actually were.
Oh. Lots more boats than there used to be, though, aren't there?
Certainly are. Shelmerston got busy. Though this is busier than even I remember. Say, how long have we been doing this search?
Oh, I don't know, Morris. Once you're dead, time seems to be a bit less important.
Does it? Oh, I don't know. I suppose it seems a bit galling that time and everything else keeps moving even though I've stopped. Makes a man feel unimportant.
Oh, you're not unimportant, Morris. You're saving the island. And to do that, we better go find some people who remember Samfire.
Yes, Sam surely understands the feeling of watching everything change. Fishfolk live for, what, 200 years? That's no small amount of change.
Not volcano change, though, Morris. And that's what we need to avoid. Off we go!
Fish folk. One of the fish folk, Sam, was one of the first of their kind to fully integrate with the ways of the land, taking a position of responsibility on Shelmerston's harbor controller. Sam played an important role in helping the island retain its own identity in the face of industrialization and tourism. They were an integral part to save the Morlow movement. Okay. Let's start with this random plane. Hello, Gick!
I swim with a pod south of the Fire Isles. I believe the drysiders call the larger one Shelmerston. It's where the ceremony happens for the drysider who stopped the world from cracking. That's where I first heard talk of toast, and where I met the friend called Samfire. I did not believe it at first, a food which snaps so dry. Then one morning at sunup, I followed the ship and caught a blackened slice as it arced into the water. This was the start of my lifelong love of toast.
Toast.
I saw Samfire on the dry side and came up out of the sea to ask them for toast. They asked me to put on some pants, but I refused to denigrate myself with dry-side fabric. No matter, I had brought some shiny coins with me that I found on the seabed and secreted in my swimming falls. Sam took me to their parents' toast shack, but they refused to serve me without clothes. They also told me that my shiny coins were unsuitable, too old. So Sam lent me some trousers, and I swept the toast shack in return for crispy slices. Sam taught me some of the ways of the drysiders, but to be honest, I'm only interested in the toast. I never wanted to eat anything else. Sam understood this. I spend my nights swimming through the black waters of the deepest ocean trenches. By day, I come up onto quayside and fill up on the finest crusted seedy bloomer, almost black, no butter.
Oh, I could really go for a nice piece of toast right now. But, yeah, with butter.
Toast. I don't want to look at the engine. Probably here. No? Wait, they fucking? Maybe it's in this? No. Maybe it's in here? Wait, it's toast. Let's think logically, alright? Maybe it is in the engine. Aw, damn. Maybe the other engine. No. Guess it is in here somewhere. Toast. 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 Not finding any toast. Maybe it's inside the bed. Any bed toast? Crash plane? No, it's a water plane. Not convinced that it's not in this room. I guess not. Wait. There it is. Dumb place to have it. Whatever.
It's a shame, but it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of toast on this side.
Toast? Okay.
I'm getting the scent of Grenkins again, Morris. I'll pop up to let you know when we're close to one.
Okay. Hi. Expecting the fish. Ghost looking for toast for a fish lord? Don't
By the
think
time
logically?
Sam
Yeah, you're
started
right.
as the harbour controller in '79, the fishing industry in Shelmerston was on its arse. No way to compete with those factory trawlers from the mainland, was there? Couldn't moor those things anywhere near the island, even if we had them. Of course we were all smuggling, stands to reason, done it? There was no money. All those old fishing sheds on the quay, the ones the tourists like, were falling down. Old place looked, pardon me, like a tip. There was a lot of trouble at first. Sam trying to stick by the rules and catch us out any way they could, and us trying any which way to give her the runabout. Wasn't easy, mind you. She was smart, that Sam. You never knew when they were going to pop her head out of the water beside your tub. And to be fair to Sam, some of them smuggling boys were bad uns. Worse stuff than booze on some of them boats, and that's the truth. Probably no bad thing Sam put a stop to it. But in time, Sam started to see how things were, how we do things, and we came to an understanding of sorts. If Sam turned a blind eye to a bit of the decent stuff, the harmless stuff, then we'd report the worst of it. I mean, we all want to keep the seas safe, stands to reason. Plus, Sam was partial to a bottle or two of the sheep shank on occasion. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sam was sharp as a gutting knife. They made us hand over some of the, shall we say, dividends to fix up the quay, all them sheds and that. Make them into something we'd be proud of. Turn things around for Shelmerston, that did. Now we get more of those tourists since the big ferry started, and they love a day out on a boat. Ken takes them all out, he does.
He
At the same time, Sam organised a kind of work-sharing thing with the fish folk. Got some of them to swim along with the fishing boats, help them locate the biggest shoals. Gave those big trawlers with all their fancy radar gear a run for their money. We'll never be big players in the fishing down here. But thanks to Sam, we hold our own. Bless them.
Cool.
I reckon I still have a bottle or two of sheep shank stashed away at the museum. Don't suppose anyone will ever drink them now.
You can, just poltergeist it. What am I looking for? Doesn't say. What am I looking for? A bottle? Well, it's probably in this contraband. Probably in here. But what am I looking for specifically? Good night, Grav. Have a good sleepy. I love you. Mwah! Hanging out. So what? This one doesn't count? It needs to be like a specific bottle? Like this? Yep. The S-O-C at the... I mean, they're that's what they are.
A different kind of spirit to the ones we've been looking for.
Delivering alcohol. Also,
I guess some folks just don't appreciate a good joke. I thought the humor was top-notch. There will be other days and other opportunities to brighten the lives of others with levity.
uh-huh. There's like a cruise boat out here. Oral.
It was the 6th summer after I spawned that I went to my first Aggie's Day ceremony. You know, Aggie, the dry cider who saved the world from cracking in two. We don't go on land until we're 6 years old. It's all swimming, wafting around. Standing up is hard at first, the weight distribution. Anyway, I went up dry side for the ceremony, and that was where I first met Sam. It was so loud and hot out there, all that shell blowing. I was bored, and my body felt dry and heavy. I was too young, really. There were souvenir stalls selling bracelets with little stones of polished lava. I wanted one so bad, I would not shut up about it.
Would you a fish man?
Sam saw I was fed
You
up.
want to try that again?
They took me up the beach, away to the dunes, and Sam gave me a little polished stone of my own to play with. Had a heart of gold, they did. It wasn't until years later that I found out it was a tiny replica of the one Aggie died on. We became good friends. Sam helped a lot. They were always on my side. My pod, we were quite traditional, didn't like us working with the dry-siders, but Sam talked me into going for the job as a diver on the new harbour. If it wasn't for them, I don't think I'd have tried. That stone was my lucky charm. I took it with me when I went for the interview, and I took it down with me when I went on my first dive. I had a pocket made specially in my tool belt. Sam took me under their fin, invited me out to the camel, and let me stay with them and Blythe on the ferry if it was a late one. And there were plenty of late ones. Karaoke nights are still my favourites. Every time I feel that lucky stone in my pocket, I think of Sam.
So am I going to look for the lucky stone? Know exactly what I
remember all
meant by
the
that?
fish
Yeah, I
folk
played Breath of the
coming up
Wild.
on the beach for Aggie's Day when I was a lad. Seems less of a big deal these days. I guess they still celebrate it, but, well, it's a lot more sedate. Back then, it was a huge event.
Bet it's in one of these. No? No? Okay, maybe it's in this. Or maybe it's in this little, little cement thing. Maybe it's in this little house. Yeah, I bet it's in here. Is it that? Not that, right? It's adorable, though. Look at it. Maybe it's in one of the lockers. Probably the one with the lock. No? Good night, Luna. Have a good sleepy. Or have a good lay down. Whatever. I love you. Mwah! How are you feeling? Oral's toast box. Ivan's chair. Gareth, Donald, Coral. They were cheating. It's in the Coral's coat. It's in the pocket. Post.
Oh, magic stones? I knew humans were superstitious, but I thought the fish folk would be a bit more savvy.
Savvy? Savvy. We did the plane. Is there any more over here? Yeah. You. Oh, the person. Winkle Bob. Winkle Bob, it says.
When I was a kid, I hated the annual Morlow Cull. I was kept away and found excuses not to be there. Then, age 10, my dad marched me down to the beach with other men and put a knife in my hand. It was the worst day of my life. I saw Morlows slit from jaw to belly, more blood than you could imagine. I didn't sleep for months after. But you grow up, don't you? I never felt it right that we was killing Morlows, but what could I do about it? I was just a fisherman. One day I see Samfire, the new harbour officer, handing out leaflets on the quayside. Stop that cull. I went along to that first meeting at the campsite. Greg Litherland was one of the other organisers. It was beautiful. So much hope around that campfire. When I spoke about the pain of the Morlow, it really felt like the young uns were listening.
You gotta get there. There you go.
Me, Sam and Greg held regular events to raise funds for badges and patches. I was proud to wear mine on me best Gansey.
Gansey?
There was quite a rift between us and the old guard. They felt the ban was an attack on our ways. Sam and me took a load of the fishermen out for a beer, and Sam made them listen. They really respected Sam. We got most of them on our side that way.
Hey, Scarecrow, how you doing?
Bark.
By 87, we finally felt like we had enough support to push
Don't
for
worry,
change.
you'll have your wowie moment.
So the week before the Morlow showed up, we organised a mass dying on the beach. There were loads of us lying down on that sand. Islanders, fishermen, fish folk all together.
Bark.
And the press showed up, and the mainland TV, and for the first time in 500 years, we stopped that cull.
I'm so glad we don't do that cull anymore. I was proud of Sam and that lot when they finally made the old uns see sense. And, well, I did my part. Held a lot of those early meetings at the museum, we did.
Need to find 2 more. I'm looking for a sticker? That's gonna be hard to find. Bet it's in here. Maybe in these lockers. Be on the backpack. Yep, there it is. It's actually really easy. Oh, it's a patch. Okay, I thought it was like a sticker.
Oh, I love Morlows. Such gentle creatures.
What does that breath do? What do you mean? Breathes in Sano's ears? Yes, very closely. Doesn't really do anything crazy. That's why it's cheap. It's very subtle. Where's the last one? One of you? No. Maybe it's over there. Oh. It's over here. You? I did not hear it. It's very quiet.
I first met Sam when I sailed the new ferry, the Queen of the Isles, in the harbor. Of course, I'd heard of the fish folk, but I'd never met one. Sam was an amazing pilot. Knew the waters better than any boatman. It was strange steering a course for someone actually in the water, but we never went wrong with Sam to guide us in.
Hang on, I got it. There we go.
Next time I was in Shelmerston, we went for a drink at the Camel. I'm more into bats than beer, but Sam was intriguing, and the atmosphere in there was great. Like a warm nest. Great band, too. Awesome sousaphone player. I think we got on because we were both a little bit on the outside of things. Sam invited me over for toast and hot chocolate.
You're not
Honestly,
human? I don't...
hot chocolate doesn't do it for me. But the toast, that moldy
What's up with all of you and toast?
bread. Sam made the best toast.
It's not hard to
I
make
told
toast.
Sam that next to a good cuttlefish bone, that it was my favorite snack.
What? I don't get it.
I stayed over. In the morning, we went for a walk along the beach. And just as the sun was rising, I took them flying on my back. We went up and looked down over the islands. Sam wasn't scared at all. They said it was like swimming through the air. It was on the next trip to Shelmerston. We just sighted land when Sam's head popped out of the water right beside my berth and passed me a fresh cuttlefish bone, carved especially for me. When we moved in together, it was the best day of my whole life. I put that cuttlefish bone on my bedside table within beak reach. I still look at it every day, every single day.
They were together.
I just remembered that time Blythe and I did a duet at the karaoke. Oh, I can't believe I agreed to it. Must have had a few too many. I never knew how Sam and Blythe met.
So I'm looking for a cuttlefish bone? Well, he said it's by his bedside table. At this room? Maybe it's in here. Maybe it's in the in the lockers. Yeah, there it is. Can I not? Is that not the one? What? I don't. What do you mean? I guess that's not the cuttlefish bone. Dana, what's up? What's up? What? Cody said, good night, Cody. Have a good sleep. I love you. Mwah. Sorry, I'm missing stuff tonight. Apparently. Captain, cabin. Engine room. I don't know why it would be in here. Weaver had to leave his camp trip early. Am I sure it's not that? voice act. I think like the voice acting is really good in this game. Pretty alright. Okay, thank you for the host. Hello, how are you? Is it really not that? I don't... Are you for real? Those are cuttlefish bones. Wasn't in his shirt. Oh, apparently this is a thing. Hello? What? What? There it is. See, the problem with those is you can't change the angle precisely like that. So it's like, it's hard to just randomly find it. Privily. Yeah, I know you, but you changed your name. I mean, they're new here. Came here, what, last Friday? Maybe it's in here. I mean, I've seen a whalebone, but... Or a cuttlefish bone, rather. Good night, Spider Monkey. Have a good sleepy. I love you. Mwah! Let's just check these suitcases, I guess. Never know. Okay, maybe it'll say Blythe on it. Doesn't look like it. And I don't get how it's not that. It's inside the champagne. Maybe it's inside the ketchup. It's always the last one. Gives me struggles. Not any of those. Not up there. I accidentally found that. Looking for a bone. Look in the upper left. That thing. The penis with eyeballs. It's that. Oh, there it is. Don't know why it's up here. That was really hard for me for some reason. I was just so caught up on the ones in the locker.
Oh, I used to love finding these on the beach.
Yeah, let's go find Sam.
Oof. Sam. This is an easy scent profile. I'm coming, Sam.
Woof. Woof. Bow wow.
You're upside down.
Wow.
Wow. Ghost.
Ahoy there, Samfire.
Morris and Sparky!
Bark.
Lovely to see you both. What can I do for you two?
Well, we wanted to ask you something. It's about Aggie.
She doesn't have long left now, does she? Poor thing.
No, not long at all.
Bark.
We were hoping you might replace her as custodian.
Oh, Morris. I spent years of my life as harbour master trying to keep people from meddling with nature. I don't feel any differently now. I'm appreciative of all Aggie has sacrificed for us, but the island spirit isn't evil. It just needs to erupt from time to time. And if it needs to now, let it, I say. Let nature do what it must. As the fish folk say, the tides will tell.
Yeah, Sam, I hear that. I really do.
No. No, Morris. We can't just give up.
Now, we'll talk about this in a bit, Sparky. Sam, it's always good to see you. Will you be around later?
I think I will. A volcanic eruption is a rare and beautiful thing. I think I'd like to see it.
Is that the last one? Isn't there not another one?
Okay, we just need to talk to Aggie. She'll know what to do.
No, Sparky. I've been thinking about it, and I think Samfire's right. I think it's maybe time to let the town go.
No, Morris. It's not.
No, it's all right, Sparky girl. It's over. This isn't my town anymore. The only ones around here who remember me are ghosts.
That's not true.
No, it is. But that's all right. Truly it is. Everything for a season and all that. And I miss the people I knew. The people who've moved on. I want to see them again. I think I will take Pete no-chop on his offer and head into the west with him. Shelmerston doesn't need Morris Lupton any longer.
Morris Lupton, you will not give up. You have been granted a precious responsibility and you will honor it.
Sparky?
I'm sorry about that. Remember when I told you I was mostly Sparky? I am, but mostly.
Then what else are you?
I am the rock that you stand on. The wood you people built this town from. The magma bubbling beneath your feet. I am Shelmerston. And right now I want to erupt. But I have also made connections to the things that live here. Connections I want to keep alive. I need you, Morris.
Right. Well,
And I'm still your Sparky. And I need you, Morris. We all do.
Oh, Sparky.
I know you feel
Can't believe the
forgotten.
island's a
I know
furry.
you want to move on. I do too, but I can't until I wrap up this last bit of unfinished business. Will you try one last avenue with me? If we still can't find a solution, then I'll be done. It'll all be done, and we can go into the West together. Please.
All right, Sparky. One last try. But who else is there to talk to?
Aggie.
Aggie? But where is she? Oh, she's everywhere, isn't she?
She is, but I can sniff her out. I just need some mementos.
But where would we find mementos from back then? Oh, of course.
Back to your museum, Morris.
To the museum! To the museum mobile! Na history!
Ah, well, it's reopened. Well, I suppose that's good. Need to keep up the footfall. Everything has to move on.
Well, yes, but, you know, it is still your museum, Morris. It wouldn't be here without you.
Ah, it was never my museum, Sparky. It was Shelmerston's. It's changing, but, you know, I think it should. So, what happens now? How do we find 4,000-year-old memories?
Ah, come with me, Morris. There's one more thing I ought to show you.
Oh, okay, Sparky.
Okay. What are you showing me? There's nothing here? There's something here? Wait, what are you... What's happening? Am I just going to the back? I don't... Oh.
Well, don't suppose I'll ever look at Aggie's room the same way again, will I?
Morris, take a look at those skulls, please.
The skulls? But they have memories inside them? Oh, that's rather morbid, Sparky.
Not quite. Look, I didn't
Yeah, I
explain
think
this
that's a
before because I
Martelo.
felt things were confusing enough, but that slicing is a bit more powerful than I've led you to believe.
Oh, well, what do you mean?
Well, we aren't limited to memories of people who are alive. People are bounded by time, but memories aren't. Check it out.
Is this Aggie? Wait, no, Aggie's right there. Duh.
Oh, I didn't think dead stomachs could get queasy, but here we are. Where are we, Sparky?
When are we, Morris? This is Shelmerston in Aggie's time. You should be able to find some memories of her here.
Okay.
You are some dog, Sparky.
I don't like that it started super zoomed in on his face. Hi. So I'm learning about Aggie now. Aggie.
It was the worst night in the world when Aggie was born. It began in the old village, the one swept away by the rivers of fire. The ground shook and the earth split open and spat sparks. The sun hid and the huts burst into flame as we fled.
Okay.
I thought we would all die. Everyone washed in the burning orange death, and Aggie's mother howling with the pain of the child coming. We made it as far as the cliff top by the sea. The mountain was still roaring and roaring. The rock ran in rivers toward the sea. The air smelled of death and poison.
Yeah, I've seen Avatar.
But Aggie was perfect. Small and angry, her tiny fists pummeling the air. I used my knife to cut the cord.
This is not right. Oh, there you go.
We chose a spot for the new village, closer to the beach. The burning rivers cooled to pumice and black glass.
Come on, you're almost there. You can do it. There you go.
I made sure everyone knew that a life that began in this way would be special. Not everyone believed me, but Aggie proved me right.
My goodness. Giving birth like that must have been awful. What a terrifying situation.
So, where do you think that knife is? Should we look around here, or...?
No, I'm pretty sure I've seen that knife before. Back at the museum, I reckon.
Okay, Morris, let's go.
We're just gonna be transitioning time back and forth. I see. So I feel like I should get all the memories first and then go find everything. That seems like that would be the right thing to do. Let's go around and look for more. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's not what we're supposed to do. Because it doesn't look like there's anything more. Never mind. Back we go. Now that's a knife. There it is. It looks like shit.
Beautiful. And to think that people had not long stopped using flint tools when this was made.
There is so much history in this knife.
Ooh.
I'd love to see what else it got up to.
Ooh. Oh. Then am I coming back? Oh.
I'm getting the scent of Grenkins again, Morris.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about your goddamn Grenkins.
Oh.
Yeah. Find the memory. This is a cool twist on the gameplay, even though I think this is like the last area. Cool little twist. Here's that naked fish person. Kirk!
Of course, we watched her. We had heard of her birth and seen her on the shore. Her feet sometimes in the seawater, her body in the sun.
There it is.
We did not show ourselves at first. As a test, we left the mirror on the black shore, born of the volcano on the same day as her, and waited to see what would happen, to see if it called to her. She picked it up, turned it from side to side. She took it home.
Interesting.
The next time I saw her, I introduced myself. We sang together, and I showed her how the mirror worked. How if you emptied your mind and thought of air and light and sea, you would see things in its surface. How things would unfurl in the future. Aggie was better at mirror gazing than any of us sea folk.
We're literally just learning about this island's mythology.
She saw a girl, her own daughter not yet born, as leader of the dry folk. I told Aggie to keep on gazing into that mirror, that one day the island would need something more than a leader.
Oh, I had a box of rocks that looked like that mirror somewhere. Where did I put it?
Well, let's go find out. Go learn. Looks like the leaf. You talking about the knife? For a box of rocks. Box of rocks. Rocky box. There it is. Never mind, that's yarn. Rocky box. It's kind of make me a little nauseous when it goes around. Rocky box. Box. Yeah, did you see it? I didn't see it. I didn't see nothing. I don't know. Can't find it. Done. City and mirrors look super neat. I've never seen one. Wait, is that it right there? No, this is different, even though it's also an obsidian mirror. What is it, one of these? No, this is just geodes. Box. Rock box. Really struggling with this one. I think it'd just be over here. I think it'd just be like in the Bronze Age stuff. I don't get it. Like, how is this not it? Inside a geode. I assume it just looks like this, right? Okay, maybe it's in the front, actually. There's a dumbass flying stick. I don't understand. This? Barnacle cluster. Where's this fucking stupid ass box of rock? Rock a box. Oh! What the fuck?
Whoa. This thing is really powerful, Morris. Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? The fisheye lens was real. Brown. Oh, it's the daughter. Really feeling it.
I was always fearless.
Yeah, I'll look at it after stream.
My mother Aggie told me there was nothing I couldn't do. With Otsul and without, I hunted the deer in the woods and the hares on the mountain, all before I had taken my first lover. And younger still, one time Aggie had me knock her tooth out when she was in terrible pain. I didn't mind even when the blood poured out. It was easy for me.
But you're a sociopath.
Spears and knives were my nature. Death and courage were my meat and drink. I knew about Aggie's mirror, of course, but did not believe all of it. When Aggie warned us the mauler was sick and there would be fewer calves for the following years, none of us listened. It was to be my first cull. I wanted their blood. It was my nature. We would not take less of the mauler just because an old woman told us to. She came to the beach after the Morlow slaughter, her hair wild, eyes burning with fury, raged and shouted like a woman out of her mind. We had killed too many, she said. Then she left the village, told us she was done with all of us, forever. As Otsul marked me with oil and blood, I did not mourn my mother leaving. I was young and foolish, and the sight of her ashamed me. But of course, I did not see what was to come.
Is that when the world got split in half or whatever?
To think that they were still having the same arguments about the Morlow way back in the Bronze Age.
Aggie must have sensed the trouble ahead. Maybe she was trying to find a way to prevent it.
Yeah, I think that was the story about how the world got split. And I think the next one, the last one on that little left thing, I think that's going to be about how she saved the world kind of thing. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even know what this is. I'm going to be real with you. Is it in this? No. Keep your eye out, chat. Keep your eye out. Keep your eye out. Ritual painting? What are you talking about? Your eye out. Here? The Morlow coal. There it is. That's it, right? No, it's different. Oh, there it is, right above it. The lamp?
What a beautiful object. Delighted to have it in our museum.
Back we go. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's the high frame rate, but whenever I like noom around, it like makes me a little motion sick. Nice beard. I just seen the guy from the first flashback. There he is. Creak. Doing creak again.
She was alone,
Girls give
and
me
I
Sea
would
of
bring
Thieves
her
vibes as
food
well. I think you're just
sometimes,
obsessed with Sea of Thieves.
samphire and sea urchins. She would make dry food and we would eat
Seeing
it
what you
together.
want to see.
Textures unlike any we knew that broke apart in your hands and in your mouth. We would sing together, make tea together. We became her family. The dry folk left her alone. She had a companion for a few seasons, a hind who came down from the mountain and slept at her fire. And then, for a few more, a golden hair that ate from her hand.
The hind.
One night we all felt it. Those of us in the water and those above. The island waking, rumbling, alive again, more furious than before. I found Aggie awake, tending her fire, unsleeping, unresting, staring into her mirror. She told me she'd seen the island sinking into orange fire and boiling sea, lost forever above and below. The village and our town in the sea caves, all gone. Aggie went to the shore and blew the sinistral shell, calling our people up from the water. Aggie sang for them the oldest song, and we spoke for some time. That night, the sea and sky was all the same color, a deep grey blue like a mackerel's back without the glitter.
That makes sense, like
As
the
dawn
water is just
approached,
blue.
Aggie left the
reflection of
beach to
sky.
return to her people, to tell them what must be done.
What must be done?
I'm not sure. I want to see what happens next.
We have to, Morris.
We have to, Morris, in order to earn the toast. Let's find the shell. There was a, like, shell exhibit somewhere. Wasn't. Where was it? Did I pass it? I swear to God there was one. Swear to God there was like an exhibit of just shells. You crazy? I might be crazy. I might be crazy. Oh, there's a sheller. Is it in here? There's a sheller cup. Huh. Swear to God, I seen it. Oh, there it is.
Such a small thing. But it changed the entire course of our island.
Toot toot. Back we go. Last one. I assume this is the skull of what's his fuck? Rick. Yeah, it is. Rick. Round we go. Is her husband something? No, it's just the elder. I guess she didn't marry.
We heard the shell and knew Aggie had returned. Ibni was the leader then. It had taken many seasons, more than we would have liked, but there were finally enough Morlo again, and our village was growing. We were strong. Some of the younger ones didn't know Aggie and didn't want to hear her, called her a moon-shotten crone, but Ibni looked in her mother's face and saw the truth of it. The end would come. The earth was growling again. There would be hot rivers of death and clouds of poison.
Oh, I didn't realize that was
But
the end.
Aggie brought us the answer. She would give herself to the island. Ibni's voice shook. Surely a deer or a goat would be enough. The year's finest, blackest calf. Aggie cast down her eyes and shook her head. We all knew. I offered my blade, but Aggie turned me away. She took her knife that had cut her own cord the night the volcano last erupted and wrapped Ibni's fingers tight around the bone hilt. It must be you, Ibni, she said, and it must be now before the sun comes up. This day, this morning, or we are all gone. The village, the people, the island.
But then she stabbed
Aggie
herself, died,
embraced
and
her
then nothing
daughter.
happened because that's
Ibni
now how
whispered
volcanoes
something,
work.
but I could not catch the words. Both women's faces shone with tears. Aggie sat on the ceremonial stone, the tears streaming now from all of us. Aggie delivered her final message. She told us her body must not be burned or given to the sea, but lain in the earth of the island beneath the mountain. Ibni was shaking, and then I realized it was not just Ibni. The whole island was trembling under our feet, waking up. Aggie told Ibni to be quick, the end was coming. As Aggie took Ibni's hand and guided the knife to her side, we saw the fish folk rising from the sea, hundreds of them, so many. I had no idea there were so many.
That's kind of obvious.
Aggie was quiet the whole time, but Ibni cried out. A sound of longing and hurting from her heart like I had never heard. Then she fell silent, and as Aggie's life poured from her body, the island and everything on it fell suddenly still. Utterly still.
So when we moved her corpse, we
legitimately
caused the volcano.
In sorrow
I can't
and
talk.
relief. Then the fish folk were among us, countless, numberless. One embraced Ibni, holding her up as it seemed her own legs might give way. When the sun came up that day, land and sea folk stood together for the first time, talking and singing the old songs, Aggie's songs, together. Ibni and the fish folk took Aggie up onto the mountain. They laid her in the peat alongside the knife and all the things she would need on her journey. Ibni watched over Aggie for days afterwards. Before she was covered, she placed a sacred carved stone, Aggie's beloved hair, inside her mother's mouth, to guide her and help her keep the mountain still forever. And so it was.
Huh.
Oh.
Aggie, now that's bravery. Apparently I skipped it. Yeah, it's kind of obvious. Like, what else would be the biggest movie? Like, it's the last Spider-Man movie. Looking for little bunny. Little bunny, is it here? No. Little bunny. Little bunny that could. Hopefully I find it soon, because holy shit, this is making me motion sick. The mouth? Oh yeah, you're right. That makes sense. It would still be in her mouth. This is strange. I don't like this at all. This makes me uncomfortable. I don't like this at all.
Hey, Sparky, it feels a bit disrespectful looking inside Aggie's body like that.
You were the one who dug her up and put her on a plinth, Morris.
Yeah, but I...
Relax, Morris. This body isn't Aggie anymore. She's long past needing this old thing.
Well, all right then.
PM, how you doing?
Okay, Morris. I'll level with you. We absolutely didn't need to find Aggie's mementos in order for me to sniff her out. She's here, and waiting for you. She has been this whole time.
Why'd you make me do all that?
But then, why did we need to visit the Bronze Age?
Aggie thought it was important for you to see those memories, so you would understand her path before you met her. But also, wasn't it cool?
That it was. The things I've seen now. Oh, Sparky, thank you so much. To think, for a while there, I was worried that being dead was gonna be boring.
You are very welcome, Morris. Okay, so, shall we go say hello to Aggie?
Yes!
To Aggie we go.
Morris, Sparky, it's so good to see you both.
Hey, Aggie.
Wait, you know me?
Of course I do. Morris Lupton, one of the best-loved men in the history of Shelmerston, with the very finest dog.
Me? Oh, I don't know.
Come now, let's go out of this place, into the air.
Hey, Harry, how are you?
The one part of Shelmerston that looks just the same as the first day I saw it. I suppose it always will.
I love this beach. It's always been my favorite beach. I'm gonna go run.
Aggie, look at Sparky. She's shining.
That's the hope and the joy shining out of her.
That's it, isn't it? The point of all of this.
It is hope. Home. This island, it chose the two of you just as it chose me.
And where will you be heading now? Heaven or something?
Heaven? What's that?
Well, I don't quite know how to explain it. But to me, it would be an awful lot like this beach.
I don't know where I'm going, but I'm hoping to see Ibni, my daughter. It's been a very long time, but I remember her. We never forget the ones we love, do we, Morris?
No, I don't suppose we do.
I think she wants something, Morris.
Huh. Would you look at that? I just found a tennis ball in my pocket. Here you are, girl.
Pork. 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 Oh wow, Morris became the custodian. Who would have guessed? And that was I Am Dead. I think that this game is not my genre. I think that this game... Look at the store page. Yeah. I think that this game was marketed wrong. I think that this game... Thank you for the bless. I think that this game was marketed incorrectly. Let me tell you why. One of the oldest games in all of history. Not video games. Games. One of the oldest games in all of history is the hidden object game. We've all played it at least once, be it in a book, be it a video game, or be it just I Spy with My Little Eye. Every single one of us has played a hidden object game at some point in our life. Hidden object game is one of the oldest genres of game. I think that this game is a redefining. I think that this game is redefining the genre hidden object game. Sorry, I'm dying. Which is, you know, fitting. I think that this game redefines the hidden object game. I think that's what this genre is. Even though it's not listed as that, I think that's what this game is. I think that at its core, this is a hidden object game. And I wish they marketed that way. I wish they marketed it that way. Because it's a really cool way to do the redefining of a hidden object game. Because it's not really a puzzle game. I'm pretty sure that's what it says. Yep, it says adventure, puzzle, exploration. It wasn't really a puzzle game. Not really what it was. I never really did a puzzle per se. I just looked for objects. But I very much think that this is a redefining, a genre redefiner for the hidden object games. Yeah, my allergies are really bad today. I'm sorry, guys. Is there any game like this? Like, I can't think of any, but again, hidden object games aren't really my genre. Like, is there any game like this? Like, I feel like this was a pretty unique experience. So even though it's not really my genre and the story was okay, it was cool to learn about the town and the island. But it never was really anything like crazy. I think that this game's genre has never been done before. I'm gonna give it... give it debating a 6 or a 7. One hand, the game genre has never been done before in this way. It redefines it. Also, my rating in it, which is not my genre. I'm gonna give it a 6 out of 10, personally. But I think that it deserves a 7, 8, or 9. It's just not my genre. It's not my kind of game. But for me, I think I'm sitting at a 6. And that was I Am Dead.